literally took them 1 day to add the missions back. Bruh, the extract is 40k. Holy shit. Oh, I'm gonna complain about this right now. Shit. 'Don't reveal it. Alright. I got nothing back, of course. Six mags total. Can of green peas and some noodles for some ammo. Eesh. Saving the mole, huh? take away the cry.
Its old secret, and things are about to take an unexpected turn.
I was turning around in your driveway and I accidentally hit your car.
Which one?
The one parked in the driveway. Do you want to maybe take a look to see if we should exchange insurance information?
Take a peek.
Oh man, I'm so sorry. So embarrassing.
Sheriff's office. Yeah, go ahead. Hands behind your back. Face the car. Go ahead, face the car.
Gotcha, bitch.
We'll talk to you in a minute.
Damn.
else in the house?
No, my wife's at work.
Deputies give John a routine pat-down before he's led to the front seat of a police vehicle.
Take a seat.
You want to rest on that
You're
seat?
gonna close the door, make sure the dogs.
Yes.
We'll take care of your dog.
Okay.
Yeah.
Though he hasn't been told why he's been arrested,
He's
John
not
applauds
freaking
the
out.
deputies for the ruse.
Good line for coming out of the house. Get that guy out of the house.
Months earlier, cold case investigators in Santa Clara County
Headshot,
reopened
huh?
a murder
I could
case
do
that had
that.
remained unsolved for 45 years.
Ooh.
DNA from the crime scene was compared to a public database, allowing investigators to trace a family tree and identify John, a husband, father, and former Boy Scout leader, as the primary suspect. Investigators bring him in for questioning, hoping to uncover the truth. Is this devoted husband and father simply the wrong man? Or has his carefully lived life been a
Honest
cover
truth
for something
survive.
far more sinister? The following is based on official police records, and most of the footage has never been seen before.
So I'm Sergeant Cortez, okay? I'll let you know what's going on and why you're
Can I see
here
what I
today.
did?
Yeah,
okay?
I'd like to know.
Yeah, absolutely, of course. Before I let you know what's going on, I just want to get your personal information. Just confirm your name. Your full name is John Arthur
Getreu.
Getreu?
Getreu.
Okay. Were you ever in the military?
No.
No. Have you ever been arrested in the past?
No.
John shares basic information about his past and childhood, revealing that he was born in Newark, Ohio, and spent the early years of his life moving frequently due to his father's long military career. He spent a significant part of his teen years in West Germany, where his family lived on a U.S. military base.
Now, you mentioned that he had never been arrested. And I found out something happened in Germany.
Okay.
Can you tell me about
I
it?
was arrested in Germany.
Okay, what happened with that? Can you tell me about that?
I was accused of murder.
The revelation is especially jarring, given that he's here today on accusations of his involvement in a completely separate murder.
Tell me about what happened. What was the accusation against you?
I killed a chaplain's daughter.
Okay.
And that was all I knew.
Okay. Do you remember what happened
No.
with this young female?
No.
No?
I didn't even know her.
The young girl, 15-year-old Margaret Williams, attended a dance at an American youth club one Saturday night in 1963, when John was just 18 years old. The two were said to have met on the street shortly after, where she agreed to let him walk her home. Her body was discovered the next day on a baseball diamond behind the club. She'd been sexually assaulted and strangled.
You didn't even know her? Why did they arrest you?
Probably the next day
Okay.
after they found the body, I guess.
Okay. How did they tie you to this body? How did they connect you to this body?
Somebody had seen me, walk that direction or walk towards the school, or
Okay.
it was an elementary school.
Okay. Did you? I mean, I don't know the details of what
I
happened.
don't know the details either, so
Okay. Did you actually meet this young lady?
that's what they say.
Though John maintains his innocence, he was found guilty at trial for Margaret's murder, ultimately receiving a sentence of 10 years in a German juvenile prison. Because of his age at the time, he was released after serving roughly 2/3 of his sentence. Then he walked free.
Damn.
And so you spent actually 6 years in prison? over
Something
it?
like that.
Wow. And then how? After you were released, what happened?
I just was dropped off at McGuire Air Force Base, and my father picked me up, and that was it.
That was it. You came back to the
Never
United
heard
States.
a word from him. Nothing.
Okay.
After returning to the United States, John moved to California, and in 1975 was once again at the center of a serious crime.
And then at some point, There was another accusation against you about a sexual assault from the Palo Alto Police
Yeah,
Department?
Palo Alto Police Department.
Okay.
That's when I was the leader of an Explorer post.
Okay. Can you tell me about what happened
One
there?
more duct tape.
Nothing,
Okay.
you know. I
It's
was
just
accused, interviewed, and that was it.
Okay. What's this allegation? I gotta ask you.
Yeah.
You know, this allegation that this young girl made against you that you know, sexually assaulted her. Did that actually happen?
No, not that not that I know of. And if I was arrested for specifically that and then not even tried, then nothing's happened. Like I told him, nothing happened.
Yeah.
I never saw her again. You know.
Did you end up serving time for that? Do you remember?
No, I didn't. I didn't serve any time that I know of.
Okay.
I can't. You know.
Okay.
It was so piddly that.
Didn't you weren't didn't go to trial or anything
No.
like that? Okay.
According to multiple news sources, John was 31 years old when the teenager came forward, claiming he not only assaulted and strangled her, but threatened to kill her if she didn't comply. He received a 6-month sentence, serving just 30 days on weekends after 5 were suspended.
So I want to tell you a little bit about my investigation. Okay. Are you familiar with the with Palo Alto area, Stanford area, the hills in Stanford?
Yeah.
You ever go out there? You
I
ever,
was a scout leader. I traveled all those hills.
what hills? Which hills are you talking?
Well, we were out in the Bay, Half Moon Bay Hills,
Okay.
and I traveled up through there, hiked with the boys.
Did you ever go in the hills, like in the area around Page Mill Road? Page Mill Road, like just west of Stanford?
No.
No, you never went to that area?
No.
Okay. So I'm investigating. There's a murder up there in the hills, and would there be any reason that you were ever up in those hills? No.
No.
Leslie Marie Perloff was a 21-year-old Stanford University graduate working as a law clerk at the North County Law Library in Palo Alto, California in 1973. Her body was found dumped in the Stanford Dish hiking area. A floral scarf was found tightly knotted around her neck and had been used as a ligature to strangle her to death. It was DNA found beneath her fingernails that led them to John, who at the time worked near the Stanford campus as a security guard.
You ever see this young lady? You know her?
No. Who's that?
It's a young lady that an investigation I'm doing, and she was murdered. Do you ever see her at all?
No.
She look familiar?
Leslie's 1972 orange Chevrolet Nova was found parked at the gate of an old quarry near Old Page Mill Road, just east of where her body was found.
Do you remember ever stopping by the side of the road and looking into this vehicle?
No.
It's an orange Chevy Nova.
No.
No?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you know the name Leslie Perloff? Leslie Perloff?
No.
No? Okay. She wasn't a girlfriend of yours?
Oh no.
Okay. I had to ask.
She's cute anyway.
Yeah, very.
That would be
very cute.
she'd be about 18 years old, I guess.
Okay.
At Stanford. Yeah, Stanford graduate. Yeah. But that's it. I don't even recognize her.
Curiously, the sergeant hasn't shared with John that Leslie was a Stanford graduate.
Why do you say she's a Stanford graduate?
Well, just by the way she dresses and all in
Okay.
this area, you know.
Sure.
But, you know, I didn't say graduate either. I said, you know, she's a college kid.
Oh, okay. Now this young lady was obviously murdered, like I said. She was strangled. Would you ever think about doing anything like that?
Nope.
I know that you were accused of a sexual
Yeah.
assault, right? Would you ever think about committing a sexual assault?
I have no reason for it.
And I'm going to ask you these tough questions
Yeah,
because
yeah,
it's
yeah.
part of the investigation. When you were younger, did you ever fantasize about sexual assault?
That's what it sounds like by looking at my record.
Yeah. Or killing a young woman? Okay.
No.
In this investigation, if your DNA was on this young lady, why would you think your DNA was on her?
Haven't the slightest idea.
Were you involved in the murder of this young girl?
Nope.
As the sergeant continues to press for answers, John inches closer to a major mistake, not yet aware of what he's about to give away.
He already gave up so much.
You know about DNA and how it's transferred, right?
What this can be how it's transferred. I can always just tell.
Okay, tell me about that.
Yeah, one is semen.
Okay.
One is from the mouth.
Sure. Yeah.
That's the only two that I know of.
Okay.
Now, if there's some that are bodily, other than these two transferred, then it's totally different.
Okay. And you know about technology now, advances in
technology
technology.
is getting good.
Yeah. So
They're
there's.
catching them every day.
Yeah. How do you think your DNA would be on a person?
Don't know.
You don't know. Okay.
Especially this person or these two persons.
What two persons?
Well, that you're talking about.
Yeah.
The two young women.
Okay. I showed you a picture of that one young lady.
Yeah. No.
Okay. What's the second young lady?
The one up on the one up on the hill.
Okay.
Yeah. There's two different places you're talking about.
Okay.
Oh my God,
one
he
of them's up on the
forgot
hill?
about which one
Yeah.
he was talking
Okay.
about.
And then up on what hill?
What a fucking dumbass.
Well, you mentioned the hill.
Yeah, you mentioned it.
I mentioned the hills.
Yeah.
Okay. And what's the other one? Because I don't remember another one.
Well, there's the two girls. There's not both the same place.
Okay. I mentioned one girl up on the hill.
Yeah, the okay,
He's a.
wherever she was, wherever the second girl was.
Oh,
This
okay.
guy's done. He's done.
While
it's
the
over.
sergeant doesn't yet know it, another woman was found in the Palo Alto area in 1974, 1 year after Leslie's body was discovered. 21-year-old Janet Taylor was found dumped along Sandhill Road in the same Stanford Dish hiking area. According to news sources, she'd also been assaulted and strangled to death. The serial killer responsible for the deaths of both Leslie and Janet would escape justice for decades, until now.
I think I'm at a point in my investigation that,
I'm guilty, and that's it.
well, I'm trying, well, there's a couple things, John. Your DNA's on her.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not trying to find out who did it. What I'm trying to find out is why you did it. And I think you know more than you're telling me.
No, I wish I knew.
With John refusing to admit the truth, another investigator joins in the effort to obtain a confession. And the added pressure will soon tear his lies even further apart.
It's not an accident that your DNA got there. Your DNA and the type of DNA and where it is on the victim, there's no other explanation. You committed this crime. We know you committed this crime. Okay? What we don't know is why. And we're going to give you the opportunity to explain it to us.
You don't have to. I thought about it, and that's all I can think of. No.
Know what?
No, I'm not guilty.
Okay. Well, I'm telling you right now you are.
Okay, fine.
Okay? You had to have known this day was coming.
Yeah, I know that. Why it took so damn long.
As they push harder for the truth about Leslie, John once again lets slip that she wasn't the only one he left in the hills.
So why her?
I don't even know who she is. If that's the first girl or the one girl that's up on the hill or whatever,
What do you mean the first girl?
Well, he said there's two people, there's two girls. Unless I misunderstood him. They were killed within probably an hour of each other and 2 hours of each other, or day, or who knows.
Do you remember? How do you remember those details?
Some of the questions he's asked me?
Do you remember seeing any newspaper articles or media about those?
Nobody, but that girl there is not the other one that he showed me. If that's the girl there with the other picture, I doubt it.
What's that?
I mean, look at the body.
Mm-hmm.
It could be somebody else. I don't think they're the same one.
Is that why you don't recognize her?
No.
Because that's not the girl that you
I'm
killed?
not questioning. I don't recognize her. I've never seen her.
Do you think it was a different girl that you killed and that's not the one we're
I
showing
didn't
you?
kill any girl.
You didn't kill the girl in Germany?
No. Well, that's total different. That's when I was 18 years old or younger.
In a final confrontation, investigators forced John to face the mounting evidence against him.
There's a situation in Germany where a girl ends up dead and you weren't there.
Mm-hmm.
Then we have a situation
Here. That was
years later after you came back to the States where a girl ends up dead and you say you weren't there, yet your DNA is there.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think the chances are of that happening?
I don't know.
What would you do if you were us and you were investigating this case? What would that look like to you?
There's a brick wall.
What do you mean there's a brick wall?
Well, I mean, you found out, you couldn't find out, so.
What do you mean I found out and I couldn't find
Oh,
out?
nothing. I'm just let it go.
Well, you understand it's my job not to let things like that go, right?
I have nothing to say about it.
It's got to be quite a burden, John.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm going to put the questioning from here on, unless I'm represented by somebody in the courts.
What do you mean?
A lawyer.
You'd like a lawyer?
I like a lawyer.
Okay. Thanks, John.
After requesting a lawyer, the interrogation came to an end. But justice quickly caught up with 74-year-old John Arthur Getrew, who was arrested and booked into the Santa Clara County Main Jail with a $10 million bond. In January 2019, DNA from the torn crotch of Janet Taylor's underwear was also determined to be a match for John. In September 2021, a jury found him guilty of first-degree murder with infliction of great bodily injury in the killing of 21-year-old Janet Taylor. He was sentenced to 7 years to life in prison, finally putting a serial killer who had escaped justice for decades behind bars for good. In January 2023, he pleaded guilty to the murder of Leslie Perloff and received a second life sentence to be served consecutive with the first. According to multiple news sources, John Getrew died of natural causes on September 22, 2023, at the age of 79. His DNA remains in the state database and will continue to be compared against evidence from unsolved murders in the ongoing effort to close more cases. If you'd like to see select new...
Amazing.
Except the only thing that was fast about these kick streamers just got arrested on 5 different charges, including assault and battery, and this might be one of the dumbest crimes ever committed on a live stream, as 2 guys robbed their own roommate, vandalized their house, and then straight up assaulted them. Then while sitting in jail, they used their phone call to call the victim who was live streaming and began asking their chat for legal advice and begged the victim to tell police that it wasn't that serious. I mean, this might be one of the dumbest series of events that I've covered in a long time. So meet the newest members of the Hall of Fame of dumbest influencers, Darius and Squeeze, who not only live streamed every crime they committed, but also tried to tamper with a witness from jail on a recorded line. Let's just set the scene. 2 kick streamers living inside of a chaotic content house. They decided it would be a great idea to stream themselves breaking into and robbing their roommate's truck. What could go wrong? So after pulling up beside it, they immediately started stealing everything that was inside of the bed of the truck. Then a bunch of cases of water and Gatorade later, they decided to go a step further and steal a bag that had been sitting inside of the truck. And that triggered the alarm of the truck to go off.
Okay, I'll go with you. Put it in the trunk. Wait, pop the trunk, pop the trunk. Pop the trunk, pop the trunk. Got it? Oh. Hey, pop the trunk! Grab him by the... Grab him by the... Get in, everybody! One more, see? One more.
Motherfucker laughing like hyenas and shit.
The content king is back.
IRL streaming is a fascinating social experiment as it just rewards complete degeneracy. The dude is screaming that the content king is back after stealing from his friend. No disguises, no attempts to hide, just idiots snitching on themselves in 1080p. And you can tell that he thinks he's the funniest dude in the world. The whole thing plays out like they're trying to film some sort of low-budget parody of the Fast and Furious. Except the only thing that was fast about this was how quickly it turned into a police investigation. The stream had thousands of viewers, and yes, the whole thing is still online. So here's what they're currently facing. 1, burglary of a vehicle, because, you know, they literally broke into a car. 2, assault, more on that in a second. And 3, criminal mischief, because I guess 1 felony wasn't enough, not to mention all this happened in Texas where they don't play around with stuff like that there. So now one of them is facing up to 1.5 years in jail while the other one's facing 2.5 years in jail. But buckle up, because that's just the beginning. So the guy whose stuff got jacked, yeah, he watched the whole thing unfold live on their streams. Like, imagine opening your housemate's stream and thinking, wait a minute, they're robbing my truck? We definitely live in some interesting times with an interesting set of problems for some people.
And also, guys, go to MKM's stream and tell him to unlock the door for me.
Dude.
Let's see what these. Okay. There's a jet. It looks like they opened the back to change the tire. It looks like they started changing the tire and they failed. And then they went inside. They went inside. They couldn't change a tire.
So naturally, the housemate who goes by Zeus pulled up to the house to confront them. And instead of apologizing, or I don't know, at least pretending to be sorry, one of the streamers starts throwing hands again on stream. And what's actually pretty funny about this is before all this popped off, Zeus was just roasting them for not being able to change a tire, saying that their fathers completely failed them. And I would say that's not only because of the fact they can't change a tire, but also due to how they act on their live streams. Well, then suddenly it just completely escalates to a battery charge. And guess what? All of this, yet again, was live streamed.
Where'd you put the jack? It's around here somewhere.
Okay, here.
No, you were playing the wrong game.
I'm playing the wrong game. Jesus Christ. I shouldn't be saying that name for no reason. Especially when I haven't been getting shot at yet. Oh, fuck. Fuck, 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 fuck. I think I want to cry. I always get the bad spawns. Do what you can with what you got. Not what you got with what you can. Bro, stop. I just want to get out with my can of peas. Police vehicle extra. I could go to Nakatani. Nakatani Stairs has loot. Oh, this is some bullshit. There's a spawn in there, so. Okay. This is a POI and I do not want to be here. I'm scared. Do not falter. Endure. Preserve. Survive. running. Just keep running, running, running. Keep the tree behind you. There's a toolbox inside of Nakatani stairs. Ugh. Try not to push it. Oh, what the fuck? It's gone. Ain't that about some bullshit? There goes my plan. Huh. Oh, fuck me, I guess. There goes that plan. I guess either Emercom or transit, so. Ho ho ho! I guess it wasn't all a bust. No headshot. I tried. Let's get the fuck out of here as quick as I can. Oh, please, tree, don't kill me now. Nature is getting its revenge. If I'm not careful. I need to get out of here like today. Oh, please, just want to leave. I need to get out of here like yesterday. God, I'm gonna die. He's busy looking for the guy. Please be busy looking for the guy. Please be busy looking for the guy. Just run. Ah! Oof. Should have reloaded. Fuck. Panicked.
No. Playing the wrong game, man. You're 40 doing this. What are you gonna do about it? What are you gonna do about it? Do you feel proud about yourself? Yeah, I do. You can't even change a tire. Your father failed you.
Damn.
That's what you just said, dumbass. Hey, you literally just said it. We put that there so that you would
Start listening to me talking. Start listening. Hey. Back off. Back off.
Oh, I cannot shoot it.
Congratulations, you guys just live streamed yourself assaulting someone. One would think something like that would maybe cause someone to reevaluate some of their life choices, but of course not. Instead, we get one of the weirdest evictions I've ever seen. And it only makes sense that getting kicked out of a content house is being turned into content, because that's exactly what happened. I mean, as someone who has actually lived in a content house before, this is way more chaotic than I've ever experienced. And I had a pretty chaotic content house.
Can I get paid in?
Hell no. Call the cops. Somebody call the cops. Call the cops.
Just call the police.
Call the police. Call the police. Mark, somebody call. I don't have my phone. I don't know where my phone went.
I don't want to get yelled at.
Call the police. Somebody.
For real? Stupid cunt ass neighbors. Please get the away from my house. I'm not joking. I don't want you here. Please leave. Get an Uber. Do we have to please leave?
I mean, you can't make this up. After telling Zeus that he's evicted, they began throwing his belongings into the front yard, only to accidentally lock themselves out of their own house. Honestly, congratulations. I mean, this is just not even the Looney Tunes could come up with something this good. So what did they do next? Well, they started throwing eggs at the woman that came along with their now evicted housemate. No lie. You can literally hear one of them say, "Don't show this," right before launching eggs at the girl's head.
I'll be out of here. Hey.
Now it's like
Don't show this.
Okay.
nice. Yep. Nice.
Sorry, I need to get a measure.
Yeah.
Weed.
Yeah.
So now we have, I guess, breaking into a car, theft, assault, some vandalism. I guess the eggs were the final straw because the cops showed up, the stream cuts, and our content criminals get hauled away in cuffs. Apparently, the only thing that can stop these guys from streaming are the literal police, because there was at least 2 cameras filming this entire situation from start to finish until the handcuffs came on. So now, here's where somehow the situation gets even dumber, because while in jail, Darius made a recorded phone call that he also live streamed, because why not keep broadcasting when you're facing multiple charges?
I'm assuming Burke is still streaming, right?
She ended, but Zeus is still alive.
Okay, can somebody please communicate to Burke that she either needs to, like, let it go? Because I'm going to get a personal bond.
Here's the thing, and I'm watching her stream. One of the reasons she's, like, upset right now is she can't release some of the things I guess certain charges, like the thing that involves family, you can't, like, drop that.
Yeah, well, I'm getting hit with an assault charge, and that's dependent on her if I get a bond, a personal bond, so I can just go to court later. So
I will try to communicate that to her.
So obviously, in the call, he's begging someone to tell the victim who he assaulted to say it wasn't serious when the cops ask.
Well, she just needs to tell them that it wasn't serious when they call, because they're going to call her, and I need her phone number so I can give that to them.
Okay, I'll try to work on that.
He's trying to get a personal bond, meaning he'd be released from jail before trial, but he also wants her number so he can give it back to law enforcement. Let me be very clear. Isn't that witness tampering? Texas Penal Code 3605 makes this very clear. If you're offering any benefit to a witness or try to influence them to withhold information, you're looking at a 3rd-degree felony. That's up to 10 years in prison and or a $10,000 fine. But wait, just like any of my videos, it always gets worse. If the crime you're tampering with is a felony, your tampering charge gets bumped up to that same level. So, if you're charged with assault, your tampering charge becomes an assault level serious charge. Congratulations, you played yourself. Same thing if you're facing burglary charges. If it's a capital felony case, it becomes first degree. And if I'm reading this correctly, apparently that means life in prison. Now, obviously, I don't think these guys are going to catch that punishment to the full extent, but it's still an incredibly stupid thing to do. So, asking your chat to get behind you while you call the person you assaulted from jail, that's got to be one of the dumbest legal moves ever caught on stream. At one point, the guy literally asked chat if they've seen his mugshot yet. Then he tries to crowdsource legal advice like, hey chat, is witness tampering bad? Am I going to jail for that? Dude, you're not going to litigate your way out of a felony charge with pog champs and a hype train.
They're saying that charge it depends on the cops.
Okay, what's chat saying?
It's not Merck gave information or word that it's on camera. So it's no longer a he said, she said thing.
Or are they saying might be able to or something? Like, are they giving me like my rep or something?
Imagine being in a cell and overhearing some kid saying, thanks for the 5 gifted. Hey chat, is witness tampering bad? Our generation is so blasted at this point. Like, it's over for us. But I guess the chat was right about one thing. There are charges here that just can't simply be dropped. The entire thing was streamed. It's all recorded. The cops don't need a victim to press charges. The evidence is publicly available. They are their own star witnesses against themselves, like so many of the other people we cover here on this channel. They've made it essentially impossible for a defense attorney to argue reasonable doubt. What are they going to say? Your Honor, my client was merely role-playing as a criminal. Your Honor, it was all LARP. The crazy thing is, this could have just been like a messy fight between some psychotic, clout-hungry roommates, but because everything was broadcasted for the entire world to see, the cops have everything they need. So let's break this down. One guy, he's facing 2.5 years for burglary and assault. And if you add the witness tampering, that could at least double it. Then obviously, Kick might ban them. Honestly, they probably won't though, but who knows? They did permanently ban Jack, so that's definitely not impossible. And of course, their content house is now officially the dumbest criminal organization since the Wet Bandits. Like, come on guys. Live streaming your crimes, that's not a personality, it's just a prison sentence. Like, you don't earn clout from a courtroom. You earn a criminal record. And if you're consulting your Kick chat for legal advice while facing 3rd-degree felonies, maybe, just maybe, content creation isn't really for you. So Darius, he got out of his little pickle in jail, and he decided to respond to this immediately in the dumbest way possible. First, he went to Facebook Marketplace, leaked his number, and then announced that he was going to buy a $4,000 sports bike. Then after all that, he essentially went, okay, by the way, guys, I need like $8,000 right now from you guys for legal fees or I'm cooked. I mean, the complete lack of self-awareness here blows my mind. How is one acting this stupid? How are you going to talk about dropping $4,000 on a bike and then immediately turn around and beg your chat to double that amount and give it to you?
I got messaged from the guy today, take an Uber to court. Dude, it looks better if I get there by myself. I got messaged by the guy today. Oh, I just leaked my own phone number. That's awesome. Okay, so there's the 2 bikes. Left or right? Choose. Okay, we're getting this bike within the next 48 hours, no matter what. But I do need $8K for my lawyers. My lawyer said we're gonna. So me and my lawyers are gonna do the payment. So here's the thing. I need $8K for my lawyers. I talked to my lawyer. Not gonna say his name. But my lawyer pretty much was like, listen, man, we need to like be on the same page, man. You can't be streaming me while we're talking. Let's just keep this stuff between you and me. And I'm not doing that right now, obviously, because I haven't paid him. Why does he sound like that? Because he's from Texas. So I do need 8K. So anyone who wants to dono 8K or 10K right now, we pretty much can just solve this whole situation. I'm gonna do a donation drive. Should we do a donation drive? How should we go about this?
Come on. I mean, at this point, he's just trying to speed run, trying to get dropped by his lawyer. Hey guys, so I live streamed myself being a complete moron. Can someone...
Conspiracies pick up steam after major weather events. A Metro news station's weather radar attacked this week, going offline briefly. Threats have come from a far-right extremist group called Veterans on Patrol, the same group that pushed for border vigilantes. Its leader, Michael Lewis Arthur Meyer, who has been arrested several times in several states, posting online, "We intend to take as many NexRads offline as possible once our attack simulations have prepared us.
They sort of will grab on to conspiracy theories, and they will make them sound credible to a portion of the population, become very vehement and steal land.
Are essential to knowing. If someone gets over and knocks this out at all, it could be a very
Netflix says 50% of all their worldwide users now watch anime. 150 million households. Anime viewership has tripled in 5 years since 2020, and 80 to 90% watch dubbed anime, aka in English dub. And at the exact same time that this announcement was made, we had this announcement. Soul Leveling, the global phenomenon, is coming to Netflix as a live-action series. This is the actor that is going to be playing Jinwoo in the upcoming live action of Soul Leveling, and I'm just...
It's Jover. See what else we got here. Oh, is it actually starting? Ish, 25 minutes in a highly active area. Of course. Jesus Christ. Whoops. Guess I'm going this way. Car shot is there. I like this shit.
Філіна. Як баригам, коротше. Потім по бабам.
Alright, get over here. Oh, if I die, I die. Beautiful sounds of nature. I guess it's that way. Yeesh, I gotta go far. Passage between the rocks is this way. It will take me up against a lot of fighting, but it's a lot closer. I guess that'll have to do. Okay. I'm close. It's not here. Oh. They wanna cry. Yeah. Bro, I'm gonna get sniped if I'm not careful. What the fuck is this passage, bro? What's going on with my phone here? Okay. This isn't the passage between the rocks I was hoping for. Okay. Keep going. Might be further on than I expected. Jesus Christ. Fuck it, I'm out of here. We ball. I got out with it. Not bad. Rip that guy.
Ништяк, пацаны, сегодня мы кайфуем.
W. Well, I don't have a handgun, huh? Keep the ammo. You never know. Could get a TT or some stupid shit. I'm never gonna have a use for a gas mask right now. Save me on the morphine. Well, let me go pee and then we're gonna go off with this bad boy. This is gonna be our loadout. already got one. All right. Alright, I'll be back. I'm gonna make some coffee. Give me a sec. Okay. Damn, bro, these guys are dropping like flies. Uh, 3K is not bad. I will, huh? Use what you got. Do what you can. There's no shame in surviving. There's shame in cowardice. In between the night and day, not a lot of people like that. Especially if you got NVGs. Not a lot of people like switching in between over and over again.
Breaking news now on KCAL News at 10. A standoff in Camarillo continuing into the night. Federal immigration agents facing off with hundreds of protesters in the darkness after a day of violence and arrests.
Both sides clashing repeatedly during an immigration raid on the largest licensed marijuana grow farm in Ventura County.
And a tense standoff at times, violent one too. Law enforcement firing tear gas, a protester leaping onto a car, other protesters tackled and taken down, some taking aim at agents.
Look at that. They're getting pelted right now. Let's see if they're going to get pelted as well. And indeed, look at that. Shattered the window. Shattered the driver's side window.
Oh, the violence, clashes, and protests all happening as mass detentions and arrests were underway. Feds have not said how many were detained, but from SkyCal, we counted dozens of people being led away.
And tonight, federal immigration agents continue loading people they've arrested into buses and vans for transport to federal detention centers.
We do have live team coverage for you, beginning tonight with Lauren Posen, who's been on the scene for hours now. Lauren.
Damn, this motherfucker's getting cereal. Face, arm, legs. That's all I got. It's not fall for that. Hide in the tree. I am the tree. I have become the tree. Bro. There's no way I'm gonna be able to get to Nakatani and live. I guess any toolbox is gonna be a win, so as long as I can get to just one, I would technically have already made it. Oh. Damn. Keter, yeah. Yeah.
Susie Wan, it is still very much an active scene here. Behind me are protesters. They're chanting. I'll be quiet for just a second. Maybe we can hear them. So what they're doing is they are right in front of the National Guard that's standing right there blocking the road there. Within the last hour, they brought up this vehicle so they can have a spotlight so they can see. It's very dark out here. You know, the tension, you can cut it like a knife out here. People are very much frustrated, and they are chanting they want ICE out of Camarillo. A chaotic scene unfolded in Camarillo as federal agents clashed with protesters during an immigration raid at a Glass House Farms, the largest licensed marijuana grow facility in Ventura County.
There's people in there trying to get their family members out, and then just to push us out, they started tear gassing us, and it burns really bad. We're not really doing anything.
The Department of Homeland Security says agents were serving a warrant, suspecting large numbers of undocumented workers there. The feds have not said how many they detained, but from SkyCal, we saw dozens.
They're afraid to work. They're afraid, you know, it's in between providing for their families and going to work, you know, and they have no choice. They have to come out.
Word of the immigration raid spread fast. Tensions exploded as protesters clashed with federal agents. One person jumping onto the hood of a federal agent's car, while another protester in a wheelchair squared off with agents. Agents deployed tear gas, forcing the crowd to back off.
They threw one under the car, and then all the car inside, it got full of smoke.
Some of the detainees were loaded onto U.S. Marshal buses and driven away, but not before things got even more violent. Protesters threw rocks at ICE vans, smashing the windshield of at least one.
And indeed, look at that, shattered the window, shattered the driver's side window right there.
We're here united. We're not letting ICE agents in. We're not letting ICE agents out. We've been trying to block in since we're not giving them what they want.
Protesters say the people detained are hardworking individuals just trying to make a living.
I worry especially for, you know, women who are married to these men in here that don't work, and they, you know, they have no chance. Once these men are gone, they have to fend for themselves.
And the path to citizenship, she feels, could be filled with challenges.
It's a very long process. It's very expensive. And for the people that don't have it or don't have somebody to sponsor them, it's inaccessible.
True.
And some new developments we learned within the last 15 minutes here. The FBI confirms they are investigating a shooting that happened near this protest. This being confirmed by the FBI and the U.S. Attorney, who also told us that multiple people were arrested for obstructing the operation. Also tonight, we learned from Customs and Border Patrol that in addition to the adult detainees that they also have 10 children that were detained, all undocumented, and because of that, the feds are now launching a child labor investigation. Reporting live in Camarillo, Lauren Posen, KCAL News.
And Mike, we're just getting word tonight from the feds that someone actually appeared to point a pistol at agents during today's protest, as Lauren was just referring to.
Yeah, you know, and we've got the video. SkyCal was overhead. We just went back and looked through our footage, and we were actually able to find it the moments of that gunshots happened. So this was during a chaotic scene as Border Patrol agents were pushing the crowd back. Now, it's up by that motorcycle, and don't worry, I'm going to slow the video down here for you, and you're going to see it right on the right side of your screen where I've highlighted. He'll come into frame. You see him pointing that object right there. Border Patrol and U.S. Attorney Bill Asaley accuse him of firing rounds during that encounter.
Ooh. Bad aim, bruh. Rip. Oh, fuck. Sorry. I thought I had something on me, but I guess it was just me. Bro, there's something on me. Hold up. I was not expecting that. Bro, that did just happen. I need to get the hell out of here. Cause he's a jolly good fella, cause he's a jolly good fella. Cause he's a jolly good fella, and that none of us can deny. Oh, great, I gotta go to 2 different areas. Broski, you're really killing me here. Fuck. Bro. Yeah, they took the police cordon. The more time that passes, the higher chance I have of staying alive. So far, these guys, I don't know where the hell these guys went. I don't want to go that way. That place scares me. I would much rather face these guys over here than over there. I've given up my location. It's time to bounce. Now I choose. Oh yeah, I lost all my meds. I died. Come on, I gotta get up the stairs. Whatever. No one will get these. I'm gonna need that Tarcola. You gotta be real careful with this one. Oh, it's just the rain. I'm still gonna die. I've already like done this a couple of times. I'm doing the opposite of what I should be doing. Thank you. Mission complete. Back where I started, baby. At least I got that done. I saw him running. I don't have a backpack. Fuck. Okay. Powerful, powerful. Okay. When the hell did I add this section to the fuck. I need to get the fuck out of here, son. Let's go see if I even did any damage. Ignore them, ignore them. Oh, it was here. So that was him, huh? Didn't help you much, but it was gonna help me. Let's take this. Give me this. At least there are noodles everywhere this time. Oh. Let's see if I'm gonna have it easy or I'm gonna have it hard. I'm taking the gamble. I have 2 chances here. Oh, thank goodness. Then gamble. It's paying off. Gosh. Fuck me. I did it, guys. I did it. Each 10K, huh? It's definitely worth that one at least. Look at this bad boy. I got one more, huh? Next 18 shots. Spoilers. Streets. I gotta go on streets. Get this one done. Burning rubber. Get that free wah-wah. What an animal.
You're going to see a still photo of him here in just a second that was tweeted out by the U.S. Attorney's Office. They say this is that man. Now, they don't have any idea who he is. You can see he is wearing a mask over his face. It does not appear that anybody was actually struck by gunfire. We'll show you the video one more time here, and you'll see it slowed down again one more time. But as the crowd is running, there he is, highlighted on the right side of your screen, where you see him pointing the gun, and according to federal officials, he is firing that gun. Now, there is a $50,000 reward for information leading to the identity and arrest of that individual. And again, this news just coming down in the last few moments, you guys.
Okay, Mike, thank you very much. We want to go back, continuing coverage of this breaking news here in Camarillo, where a standoff continues between law enforcement and protesters.
There's growing concern tonight over local police working with federal immigration agencies. Advocates say it blurs the line between law enforcement and immigration, raising civil rights and public safety concerns. Jill Kuramoto has more.
It's a relationship that sparked protests in other cities, and now a growing concern in Hawaii's counties.
This is not merely a matter of immigration policy, it is a matter of civil rights, community trust, and public safety.
Community members like those speaking before the Hawaii County Police Commission Thursday are sounding the alarm over fears of an agreement between Hawaii County's police departments and federal immigration agencies, specifically ICE and Homeland Security investigations. The concern prompting the ACLU to request public records of all county police departments that may show any collaboration agreements.
And so we wanted to make sure that we have the correct information before we decide what steps to take.
The concerns have grown in the aftermath of the passage of President Trump's Big Beautiful Bill that increases funding for immigration enforcement. But the special agent in charge with Hawaii's Homeland Security Investigations Office says increased funding does not mean making more immigration arrests.
If anything, it gives us more resources to be able to conduct the investigations that Homeland Security investigation traditionally enforces.
And there is no agreement, nor will they ask for police involvement beyond basic protection.
We'll ask for law enforcement to provide us uniform officers just to stand by to make sure that while we're executing the search warrant, then nobody comes in behind us.
But the ACLU is just one agency advocating for clear guidelines on cooperation going forward.
Studies have shown that police collaboration actually decreases community safety because people are afraid to come forward if people think that they or their family members or their neighbors could be reported to immigration.
While the issue remains politically charged, Hawaii's Homeland Security Investigation says it continues operations as it has done even before the bill was passed.
So I want to make sure that the public understands that we're here to ensure the safety of our citizens.
Jill Kuramoto, KHON2 News.
Taiwan's annual Hanguang military exercise is now in its third day. A major part of the exercise is drills featuring the country's military aircraft. For more on those, our defense reporter Jaime Okan joins us live from our newsroom in Taipei. Jaime, what's the latest with these exercises?
That's right. So Hanguang is pretty much a practice run for how Taiwan would defend against an all-out invasion from China. And a big part of that is practicing how to best utilize Taiwan's fighter jets. So we're now getting more updates from the military as well as new footage from the Air Force, which shows a variety of different fighter jets taking off and leaving to other bases that are in different parts of the country around Taiwan. The military says that's part of a force preservation plan, basically trying to protect as many of its fighter jets as possible. That's a pretty standard part of the country's overall defense strategy, where we'll see fighter jets that are on the west coast, so the side that's closer to China, they'll fly to the east to cities like Hualien and to Taidong, away from a potential front line and from the safety of the Central Mountain region. Specifically, one base in Hualien, Jiasan Air Force Base, can reportedly hold up to 300 fighter jets alone inside the mountains where the base is located. Now, for more on this, I spoke to Lauren Dickey. She's a non-resident senior fellow at the China Power Project based in Washington, D.C. And I asked her, what is it specifically about this drill that's so significant for Taiwan?
So you don't want to have all of your
crown jewels of anything in one location. And so whether that's dispersing them across the F-16 fleet in this case, or other aircraft, dispersing them across the island, or dispersing them even beyond the island, just getting them off of Taiwan and flying them in the airspace to the east of Taiwan, for instance, in a crisis, that gives them some flexibility to not be basically stationary targets that could be seen or tracked by the PRC otherwise.
Looking at the war in Ukraine, which Taiwan's military says it's taking lessons from, what do you think we can learn specifically about the Air Force?
I think if there's one thing that we should all be disavowed of after Ukraine is the notion that an Air Force can just be rendered moot by a superior adversary, or an adversary that outnumbers or outqualifies your own Air Force, right? The Ukrainians figured out how to use their their fixed wing Air Force to effect against Russia in a very geographically confined, probably electromagnetically complex war fight, right? And if Ukraine can figure that out, I think that we should probably stop saying that Taiwan won't have an Air Force. To me, it's really a question of how do we make that Air Force as potent and survivable as possible for as long as we can, in the opening days and weeks of any conflict.
Now, as Hangguang continues, more and more military equipment and soldiers will start to make their way into the streets of major cities across Taiwan. And so the military has issued a statement apologizing if there's going to be any inconvenience for people that are here in Taiwan.
Thanks for that update, Jaime. That was Jaime Okan live from our newsroom in Taipei.
I've never seen this place before. Would you look at that, baby? Just what our doctor was looking for. So I'm stuck here for a little bit. Just take a shit. Who the hell is this guy?
You know, when I look at world history, I can think of nothing more terrifying than living within a nation that had a ruler who was incapable of admitting defeat. You probably know the type because, unfortunately for millions of people throughout human history, this type of world leader is not at all uncommon. This is the type of leader who is incapable of facing the music for any bad decisions that they might have made, who is incapable of admitting that they made a wrong choice, and is incapable of living through any of the consequences of that choice. And so instead of admitting defeat when defeat is clear and undeniable, these leaders will continue to push and continue to take every gamble possible until they have used every bit of their people's resources and their people's lives that their people will tolerate. These world leaders are sort of like a gambler, and in fact the psychology might be exactly the same. A gambler who goes to the table and loses most of what they have. And because the pain of that loss is so heavy, instead of walking away from the table, they instead choose to double down to chase what they already lost. And as they keep losing, they continue to double down more and more and more again, until they have wrought utter destruction among themselves and upon their families. Unfortunately, this type of world leader is extremely common, especially because of the kind of psychology that leads someone to aspire to be a world leader in the first place. And these people who are incapable of admitting defeat, unfortunately, are more often than not the same types of people who start wars
time to get out of here.
in the first place, which in so many instances has caused humanity to remain locked in conflicts far longer than necessary, with these leaders ultimately losing everything in the end, but also losing a whole lot more of their people and a whole lot more of the opposing nation's people in the process. A huge example of this is, of course, Adolf Hitler and the Nazis, for whom the writing of defeat was on the wall long before the actual defeat finally came. But instead of being able to admit to these things and to preserve more of what was left of the German people, the Nazi leaders instead chose to predictably double down, even fighting until Berlin was surrounded by Allied forces and pulling young men off the streets, extremely young men, children, to hold guns and make a final stand, a final pointless stand against the Allied forces. And only after this last final stand was being defeated did the Nazi leader finally choose to take his own life, still unable to bear with the consequences of what he had done. And instead of facing his people, or facing a judge, or facing his enemies, he decided to take the coward's way out. What is notable about this story is that for a lot of people, when they hear it, even though they know it's history, it doesn't actually feel like real human history. It feels like a story. And it doesn't feel like something that actual humans have actually done. And we know that because in every area...
Yeah, shut up. At least I know where it is now.
Это что за хрень? Ништяк, пацаны, сегодня кайфуем. Так, все, пора сваливать. Есть выход. Опачки.
Oh, I die. That's a scav.
Может, ну нахрен? Да ладно, шучу, я шучу, погнали. Вроде никого. Ну и чё, тут есть кто, нет? Сейчас тут всех закошмарю, я тебе реально говорю. ништяк, шкура цела, уже неплохо. А вот тут мой корефан точно бывал. Чё, башка болит? Бухать надо меньше. Ну чё, начало дня уже неплохо. Все, пацаны, валим отсюда. Есть выход. Так, все, пора сваливать.
Okay. I guess I'll go.
Нормально, нормально, живем, пацаны.
There's the crack house. Factory far corner.
Ну, ноги в руки и на промыслы, братва.
Let's go see if the stash is still here. Gotcha, bitch. Oh, it's a rock. Rip. I guess it's not here right now. Rip.
Да они вообще все молодцы, пидоры.
Scav checkpoint, factory far corner. Bro, I gotta go far. Okay. Nothing. Wallet's in my ways. got? Green tracer, I'll take it. Let's get the hell out of here.
Не, я с пацанами за такое не пёр.
Ah, empty. Ah, fuck, let's just go. I shouldn't be greedy. Rip.
Ну что, неплохой день, господа.
Let's get some more FMJ. I don't have any more. Fuck. Keg tape. Red Bull. bro. How am I losing these things? Yeesh.
We begin tonight with breaking news that could shed light on what happened almost a week ago as one of the worst natural disasters in recent memory began to unfold. Dispatch audio from Central Texas about a half hour before the first emergency warning was issued for the hardest hit county along the Guadalupe River. Now, the first call we have is from a firefighter at 3:37 a.m. local time. The calmness of his voice is remarkable, all things considered.
Yes, ma'am. Just for your 43, the Guadalupe is starting to come up, and Shoemaker is no longer passable at this time.
That's the Guadalupe River rising, and one of the main streets flooded. And from that point on, as the audio shows, problems were growing fast.
Respond to 2029, Highway 39, 2029, Highway 39. It's going to be for a water rescue. House callers, house flooded. We're getting multiple calls off of 39. People are stating their houses are flooding. We're trying to advise them to get to higher area.
Now, the next piece of audio is of what we reported on last night, a firefighter requesting an emergency alert be issued to the community, and the dispatcher not able to make that call.
Is there any way we could send a code red out to our Hunt residents asking them to find higher ground or stay home?
10-4, standby. We have to get that approved with our supervisor.
Well, as we reported last night, it would be 90 minutes from that call to when Kerrville's mayor told the Texas Tribune that he finally received a code red alert. Now, during that time, the Guadalupe River would overflow in a wall of water several stories high at its peak, and the 911 calls would just keep coming.
We received a phone call at our fire station to have a lady, she's frantic. She's at Casa Bonita, 117 Corto Way, or Casa Bonita Lodges, and she said her children are on top of one of the cabanas and they're trapped.
Well, the area is home to many summer camps, as you know. This one, boys rode out the worst of it in the rafters of their cabin when water reached the top of their bunks. Camp Mystic for girls, though, was, of course, the hardest hit. This is a new image of some of the evacuation efforts early on. In a moment, we'll be joined by one of the staffers who was there that night and took this photo. But as would become clear, though, 27 campers and staffers, many of the campers as young as 8, tried to get out and didn't make it. And when daylight came, a few hours later, the true dimensions of it all became clear. In addition to all the dead, dozens and dozens of people missing. And tonight, they still are, upwards of 160 people, in addition to the 120 plus fatalities. And as to that dispatch audio, tonight the man who recorded it and helped install Kirk County's Code Red system spoke with CNN's Aaron Burnett about the timing of the alerts that followed.
So are you saying as early as 3:27 a.m. that things could have played out very differently in terms of alerts and code reds and frankly, just to be blunt, hundreds possibly of lives saved?
Well, it's too late for Hunt. The water's up, and the volunteer fire department guy's been there. He knew it was coming because he's awake and he's sitting in his truck looking at it. But the water's come up, and the wall of water's heading down to Ingram. So you hear some radio traffic in a little bit that's going to warn people that warn to tone out Ingram that they need to start evacuating the RV park downriver. And I fully believe that a really quick action could have, and I'm not going to hindsight it all, but a quick action could have helped people downriver. But at 3:30, once it hit 4:30, it was just too late. The code red would have been ineffective, in my opinion.
Well, for more on the timeline, we're joined by CNN's Shimon Prokupez, who is in Kirk County. So, Shimon, we know that the National Weather Service sent a flash flood warning just after 1 a.m. early on the morning of July 4th. Have local officials explained if they were monitoring the weather in the hours between when that warning went out and when they started to send alerts out to residents?
No, they've not, Anderson, and that's the key thing in all of this. It wasn't until hours later when you hear from city officials, one of them was running, another one gets woken up, much later than 1 o'clock when the flooding is actually occurring. And I think that is what's so significant about that audio that we just heard, is that everything that audio tells us is that by the time authorities were in the midst of this, they were dealing with this, it was already too late. People were already in danger, and they were surprised by all of this. The people, the community, was because all of this happened in the middle of the night, and we have no information from any of the authorities here on the local level, the county officials, the city officials, that any of them were monitoring the weather at 1 in the morning, at 2 in the morning, at 3 in the morning, when days before the Texas Department of Emergency Management was putting out press releases telling people, beware, this is coming. There could be a concern here. We have no accountability from locals as to what they were doing, how they were preparing, and whether or not they were communicating with state officials who were having these concerns, Andersons. And that is the thing. That is the key now here. What were they doing? How were they preparing? Were they anticipating any of this? Were they in communication with the weather services, any meteorologists, any people down and up the river to see what was going on? And so far, there is nothing here from the officials on that.
I understand you're in a hard-hit area right now that only a few media outlets have been able to get access to before. What are you seeing?
Well, Anderson, it's just shocking. We are lucky enough to sort of tell these stories because this community wants this story told, because this area has been cut off from public access by the Texas Department of Public Safety, the state police here. This is Bumblebee Hill. It's in Ingram, but I would just want to show you here, Anderson, the devastation here. This is, not really that close to the river, but these are all the homes that suffered from the water damage. You see all of the destruction and the garbage and people starting to clean up their homes. People were on the roofs of these homes as the floodwaters were rising, riding out the storm to try and survive. I want to just quickly show you one other thing, Anderson, just to show you the power of this river and what was happening here. Here's how this went. This river that's 39, so it's on the other side of that road. It went over that road, through this creek, up the back way here, all the way into this house, Anderson. And quickly, one more thing I want to show you. This here is the water line. This is the water line into this home. The people were sleeping. There were 8 people in this home, including kids, and they rode out the storm. They were able to get up because of the noise. the noise from trees breaking. They realized that the weather had turned, that the water was rising. It was in their home to their waist. They quickly grabbed everyone. There were 8 people in this home, and they survived on this roof. They rode out for hours on the roof. This family called 911, and they were told there was nothing at that point that they could do for them, that they were just to get to the highest point possible. I spoke to this family. They are thankful. They let us into their home. They let us into their property. They are just thankful that they survived. And now they're just trying to rebuild as many in this small community, because no one expected that the waters would rise in such a way. I mean, this house, when they built this house, it was even built higher by them so that they could avoid any potential flooding. And even that didn't work. And that water went across the street into all of those homes. Just, you know, Anderson, just utter devastation here. And it's just so sad to see all this, Anderson, just so sad.
Oh, I gotta go pee back.
We have brand new reporting on what was happening with the emergency response in Texas, both at the local level and at the federal level, as the floodwaters raged and in the hours and days after. As the sun is starting to set on Texas Hill Country, exhausted recovery crews are closing out their 5th day, doing the painstaking work that you see here, wading through the devastation to find people and loved ones who are still missing tonight. The death toll now stands at 120 people. Many of them we know are children. Those who survived are recounting just how fast and furious the water moved in.
And the screams is what haunts me
Every time I close my eyes, I hear people screaming. They were coming, walking this way, and my husband kept yelling at him, throw me your baby so he can save the baby, just that. And then a wave came and it took him.
As that grueling search goes on and more stories like that are coming out, we're getting new reporting here tonight at CNN about the federal response. And CNN has learned that the response from FEMA was actually slowed by efforts to constrain federal spending. The Homeland Security Secretary, Kristi Noem, oversees FEMA, and she recently put in place a sweeping rule that every contract and grant over $100,000 requires her personal sign-off before any of those funds can be released. Officials at FEMA have told CNN that, in essence, that order has stripped the agency of much of its autonomy at the very moment that its help is needed the most. For example here, sources inside the agency are telling CNN that officials were ready to get urban search and rescue teams in position when the water was starting to rise on Friday. But a new rule that was put in place by the secretary required her personal sign-off first. That sign-off, multiple sources told CNN, didn't come until Monday, more than 72 hours after the flooding began. A DHS spokesperson responded in part with this, saying, quote, FEMA is shifting from a bloated, DC-centric deadweight to a lean, deployable disaster force that empowers state actors to provide relief for their citizens. We're going to get a live report on the ground in Texas, but I'm first joined on this new reporting by Deanne Criswell, who is the former FEMA administrator under President Biden. And Administrator, just given your expertise on this and on these new rules that have been put in place to rein in federal spending, which obviously we know has been a big goal of the administration, but when you're actually on the ground in a moment like this and making those split-second decisions, what rules would something like this have meant for you in a moment like the floods in Texas and as that's happening?
Caitlin, I lived by one very simple principle, and that is time is our most precious commodity. You can never get time back, and so the quicker you can move resources into an area, even before you know the extent of it, then the easier it's going to be able to support those state requests for assistance immediately. What happened, I think, here is that we couldn't move, or FEMA couldn't move those resources in like they normally would to be on the ground ready once they found out how bad the situation was, and you lose time. And that's time that can cost lives in the end. And so it's really important for emergency managers to always be proactive and thinking ahead and getting resources in place. If you don't need them, great, we'll turn around, we'll send them back. It's better not to have them, not to need them and have them, than the other way around.
Can you just put in perspective, $100,000 obviously is a lot of money, and so when someone reads that, they say, okay, well that's a pretty large expense. But if you're operating from FEMA's perspective, you know, typically or sometimes these responses can soar into the billions of dollars, depending on just the severity of them. If you're inside FEMA, does that seem like a small expenditure? Is that a pretty small thing that you need to get the Secretary of Homeland Security's sign off for?
You know, when it comes to responding to a disaster and starting the recovery, there's very little that the federal government in general supports in those situations that's less than $100,000. And so what it does is it takes away the one critical aspect that FEMA has, and that's the agility to move fast. We don't ever want to be late to need. And so now with this added layer of approval that's out there, it just makes it harder for them to be proactive, to think ahead and get resources in place ahead of time.
So do you think this red tape would have slowed down a response and from your experience of running FEMA?
So when I was at...
Yes, you dumb bitch.
We have brand new reporting.
Is, did Trump's budget cuts to the NWS impact the community response to the floods in Kerrville specifically?
If you are looking for a specific connection to those cuts, the answer would be no at the moment. If you're looking for an indirect impact to that, there's a possibility, because some of those cuts were to the input to the models that we all use for all forecasts. So if you cut the input to those models, then you are affecting everything, not only just that flood.
So what did the official forecasts actually say? Were they ignored or misunderstood by the public and local officials?
The official forecast that night was for 5 to 7 inches of rain. But you have to remember, and a lot of people don't understand, that when you issue a forecast, it is a snapshot in time. And that 5 minutes later, things could change. 60 seconds later, things could change. So just because the initial forecast was for 5 to 7 inches of rain doesn't mean it was wrong. It just means that that's what the snapshot at that point in time looked like. So as the situation evolved, then we saw some heavier rain develop, and things just changed up rather quickly. Combination of forces there in the atmosphere are what changed that up.
Okay. So did the weather models actually provide enough?
Don't shoot me, I'm beautiful. First objective, food. Drink. Perfect. Alright, someone there. Let's go the obvious way. I think I'm gonna need to make a run for it. There is no other option. Not gonna. Got a butter item? I'll take it. Back here again. Damn POIs. Didn't see me, that's good. Come on, come on, come on. Nope, still somebody there. Nice. I got some money. Like I'm not worrying about funds right now. Whoosh, what's going on over there? You know what? Instead of indulging, let's take care of this. Yeesh. 21 minutes in. They saw me. They saw me. I need to get to Emercomer Streets. Okay. There's definitely someone there. Cleaned house. Oof. It's like not entirely. Should have laid down. Oof. Maybe I should have stayed here a little bit longer. I'll give it to the sacrifice circle in a bit then. Can't use them. Actually, let's use that stupid 9 that I have. Back on ground zero, baby. But first, let me go pee again and let's
Enough
see what
warning
really
to
went
prevent
wrong.
these widespread casualties, or were the flood conditions truly just unpredictable?
Well, there's no way that you can predict specifically how much rain is going to fall, and if you put it into a formulaic question of that, did it do something to prevent warnings? You can't do that. We don't have tools to do that. We have tools to tell you that the atmosphere is definitely getting to that way. That's why that flash flood watch was issued the night before. And people to this day still don't understand the difference between a watch and a warning. When you issue that watch, that tells you that all the ingredients are there for something to happen. It just hasn't happened yet. And that doesn't mean it won't, but it also doesn't mean it will. So you have to be on watch for that time period. So that forecast really was early. There was enough advanced kind of, I wouldn't say warning, but advanced notice that something was going to happen that night. And given that location where it's at, that's flash flood alley. That's flash flood capital of the world. If you issue a watch in that area, I mean, ears should have perked up. Red lights should have started blinking right away, because that place has a history of major floods like that.
Okay, so now you talked about the difference between watch and warning.
Yeah.
So for the people that are in that flood alley, when you sent out that, I guess, first watch, right? So you're watching out.
First to watch. It was very early in the day that the watch went out.
So I guess for the people that don't know, what do we look out for when there is a watch versus a warning?
Well, it depends on the type of watch. In this particular type of watch, it was a flood watch, which means that you are going to be looking out for anything that is involved in your area that usually is impacted by a flood. In this case, it's rivers. So they should have started paying attention right away to what the rivers are doing and what the rivers could potentially do. Starting thinking back, okay, what has happened in the past? What has been the impact zone? Am I in that impact zone? And should I take action? Those are the big important things that should have been really rolling through that evening through all the people's minds.
Okay. So do you recall the last time something of this magnitude has happened, I suppose, in this area?
Yes, this magnitude, back in 1987. I was in this market. I wasn't working for this company, but I was in the market and I was the assignment editor for another place. And yes, I saw it all happen. It happened before. There was an even bigger one in 1932. This one eclipsed the 1932 flood. So yes, this place has a long, long history of flash flooding. And it's due to a combination of factors: terrain, slope of the terrain, and the fact that these rivers will move rather quickly once they're in flood.
Right. So with these past disaster responses, I don't know if you can give much on this, but do you know if like it's influenced any current protocol?
Well, that's an interesting question. Clearly, it did not. After the '87 flood, in which 2 busloads of children were swept downstream, very
Jesus
much like
Christ.
this, being picked up by helicopters, very much like this one, there was a call to do something. Here we are, 2025. Nothing's been done. That's about
Right.
all I'll say on that.
Yeah, right, exactly. So do you think, I mean, obviously our infrastructure isn't ready now, but if we
Yeah.
expect more of these driven disasters, what should we expect to prevent something like this from happening again, in your professional
Well, there are a
opinion?
lot of things that can be done to work to prevent it, because we can't totally prevent things. Because once you issue a warning, there's a big gap there. Because once you issue the warning, it's up to the people.
No, fuck. Be aggressive? No, because I have no armor, you dumbass. Didn't have something in my hand. I guess he came to me. Whatever. I'll take whatever experience I can get, I guess. Bro, what the fuck? Fuck. Should have been more careful. A rip. SKS ish. Head. The fuck. Oh, I don't have Jagger yet. Fuck.
people to react. It's up to the people to do something about it. In many cases, not only for hurricanes, but for tornadoes, floods, all kinds of other warnings, people don't react right away. And in a flash flood, if you do not react right away, you may not have time to do anything, because that's not what you do in a flash flood. You react right away. For prevention or to things that we need to do, we need to put more gauges on that river. That river is huge, hundreds of miles of river, and there's very few river gauges there. And the river gauges that were there, some of them were compromised because they got hit by debris, went underwater. And so it's really difficult to warn when you don't have any information coming in, when you don't know what the river's doing. So it's difficult not only for the emergency managers, but for flood managers, for meteorologists to know what's happening if that data's not there. So we need more river gauges. We also need more education to people to understand that perhaps these places contain a risk that we shouldn't be there, or maybe we should move to a different location. There are a lot of things like that. We need more education about what to do when a warning is issued or when a watch is issued. So that's a combination of adding infrastructure, whether it be gauges, sirens, better cell structure, better cell reception, and education about what to do and how to react.
Any of the budget cuts that Trump played with the NWS, did it factor into any of that you just mentioned? The infrastructure, the gauges, the sirens? Do you know if they, cut that?
That problem has been ongoing since 1987.
Wow.
So it's not a factor of who was the president or who is.
I saw somebody there. Well, my destination is ruined. And now I want to cry. Infinitely, forever and ever. Nothing, nothing. Nice, nice. Oh, fuck. Should've kept running. Should've ran. Or maybe I should've stayed hidden. Eesh. Oh, no way.
Is the president. It's a factor of
Let's set that heal up.
Hello everyone, a short video here to start the day. So Russian air defense almost did what it does best, shoot down a civilian aircraft. I'm going to play the video without me talking, I've added subtitles to it. So a flight from Minsk to Moscow came under fire from Russian air defense. Luckily for the passengers and the pilot, the air defense that engaged them was reportedly a Panzer, so there was more risk of civilian buildings being intercepted than the aircraft. This is far from the first time twitchy-fingered, drunk, or flat-out incompetent Russian SAM operators have engaged civilian aircraft, sometimes actually even hitting them and shooting them down. This was flight AFL 1845. I'll read the report in full. So it says, today at 0020 in the area of approach to Moscow's Sheremetyevo airport, a Panzer air defense system mistakenly fired on a passenger plane flight AFL 1845 from Minsk. According to preliminary information, The plane was mistakenly identified as being a Ukrainian drone. The plane received minor damage. The crew managed to land the aircraft safely. There were no casualties among the passengers. So, it takes a shocking amount of incompetence to mistake a passenger aircraft for a drone, and I guess an even more shocking amount of incompetence to miss the aircraft. Though, damage was reported, so I guess it got fragged by shrapnel in the blast of the SAM or something. I'll do an update if we get more information. So that's it for this video. Hope you found it interesting. Now, I'm going to play a video from Cars for Ukraine about the ongoing fundraiser. Thanks very much, and take care everybody.
We are drone operators of the 2nd Battalion, the 13th National Guard Brigade Kharkiv. Currently, our units does not let the enemy expand its offensive in the Kharkiv region. In order to be more effective and provide safer logistics for our fighters, we need a pickup truck to transport ammunition and provision. We would like to ask the Car for Ukraine team and better.dont to help purchase and delivery of the car, as well as we have a request to such a Mimos and his community to help support the crowdfunding for the car. Glory to Ukraine!
You heard him, guys. What is this?
Tarkov tip 6. In this clip, I show you something that you shouldn't do and escape from Tarkov. If you ambush somebody and you don't get the clean kill, you do not go chasing them through their exact path. This sets you up for a reverse ambush.
A Trump voter is having in the two. They're not cutting. I mean, 20
New York Times giving him as much at least
they invested
just
100% American participation, which again with 34 million people able.
Do you love it? We're gonna deport all of the because of cowardice there is among the wealth class.
God damn. The motherfuckers in the ASMR community be getting wild. We need to watch something. I want to watch something. What the hell is this Nick Stewart guy? The utter disrespect. Who the hell is this guy?
Everyone rushed to drop a review the second patch .30 hit, Winds of War. But I didn't. I've played it properly. PvE, PvP, solo, squads, missions, base fights. I've rage quit so many times. But now, something's changed. Here's what I found. So let's roll it back. My first wipe in the Grey Zone Warfare, it was the Wild West. There was a dupe glitch going around, players were literally walking around dropping bags of cash like it was a nightclub in Dubai. I maxed out my vendors without even trying. I had an arsenal that would make the Pentagon blush. MVGs, red dot suppressors, full kits stacked in my base like I was hoarding for Judgment Day, or even Terminator 2.
Sorry? Okay.
Есть выход. Заебись, удачно зашли. Все, пацаны, валим отсюда. Все, пацаны, по домам. Так, пора сваливать.
And the missions, didn't even finish them all. Didn't need to. I had more cash and gear than I knew what to do with. At one point, I was just helping new players through the missions, like some sort of cursed Uber driver. Hi, I'll be your mission dad today. First stop, disappointment. Eventually, even that got boring. The PvP was just LZ zone, hot drops and nothing else. Attack a camp, well, eat the mortars, fight the bots. Over and over and over again. Try playing solo, getting lasered by those Skynet level AI from the tree line. There was no gameplay loop, no risk, no reward, just loot hoarding and shooting bots with a side of depression. So I left. Not in a rage, not in frustration, just in boredom. Like I closed the game one night and I just never really thought about it again. Then the weather wipe. The great marketing patch. Rain, fog, lightning. Psh. For once, it didn't feel like I was fighting in a postcard. Night raids felt dangerous, visibility mattered. You couldn't see 10 feet in front of you without proper gear until you realised MVGs were basically green noise machines. So what does everyone do? Cram their gamma slider to the moon and pretend it was all fine. The weather was cool, the lighting was cool, the missions still boring. PvP still dead. There's no one here, so once again I just dipped. Then the Winds of War happened. Patch 0.30. And finally something clicked. The vendors got rebalanced, the gear grind feels more meaningful. The world actually guides you somewhere. I wasn't loading in to just check the weather, I had goals. This wasn't just a visual patch, it was a mechanical reset, a gameplay refresh. Suddenly, the loop made sense. So I came back. Again. Against my better judgment. But this time, I've still not uninstalled. Grey Zone always had potential, but 3.0 has finally unlocked it. This isn't just a hidden jungle now, it's a world. There are hidden shrines, villages with actual loot, enemy zones with purpose. You follow a dirt path and it leads somewhere that matters. For the first time, the map flows. You can start near Namhaven, push through to Bravo, move up to a recon point near YBL, and then knock out 3 missions without ever calling a chopper. Before, you'd go to an LZ, complete a task, that was it. Now the mission guides you through the map, instead of just dropping you on top of it. Every corner of the map has something tucked away now. You climb a mountain, there's a radio tower covered in guards. You walk into a clearing, you find a nature reserve filled with wildlife and dead bodies. You're in a jungle, but it's not empty. There are convoys torn apart by gunfire, enemy patrols at forward outposts, even a bloody nightclub called Fanny Paradise, with actual go-go girls in the middle of a war zone. Like what? What is this game? Metal Gear Solid meets Far Cry 2 meets a Bangkok Hindu? But the best part, you don't need choppers anymore. You walk, you explore, you do missions. The map isn't functional now, it's interconnected. It's stitched together like a battlefield, not a theme park. You'll find forward zones, mini camps, side vendors, little areas to rearm and regroup. You're not returning to the base after every mission anymore. You're in the field, really dropped behind enemy lines, scavenging, completing tasks and surviving off what you can find. I only return to the main base now when I'm meeting up with a mate joining the server. The rest of the time, I'm out there, alone, in the dark, covered in blood and pineapple juice. This world finally feels real. It rewards curiosity, it punishes the recklessness, and it pulls you into that fantasy. It immerses you. You're not just playing a mission shooter, you're operating behind enemy lines. Grey Zone 0.30 made walking cool again. I've seen less leg day in a gym. You're not extracting anymore, you're surviving. You have to eat, you have to drink, you have to think. You push too far without meds, you're done. You mess up a fight, your gear's gone. You're not bouncing from raid to raid anymore, you're staying in the field for hours, pushing through missions, patching yourself up with a half-used bandage and half a prayer. When you survive an ambush, limp to a forward zone and stash your loot like a starving raccoon. That's when it hits. Not a windscreen, not a fat payout, just relief, satisfaction, and the quiet flex of knowing your M4 lived to see another gunfight. Kit durability is now part of the grind. Your rig wears down. Not instantly, but enough that you need to watch it. Let it hit 0, that's it. Into the bin it goes. Helmets, not so much, but your chest rig, that thing's on a timer. Weapons technically wear out too, but it's inconsistent. Scopes and mags degrade faster than the actual gun does, which feels backwards. Sometimes I fire 800 rounds and the only thing that breaks is the magazine's will to live. I think some of the performance drops as your gun wears down, but honestly, it's like your gun goes from deadly to slightly rattly. So yeah, it needs work. And yes, you do need food and water, but this ain't Tarkov. You're not going to go blind from dehydration. At worst, you lose a bit of stamina and feel mildly inconvenienced, like when your vape dies mid-squad wipe. There's food everywhere. I've eaten more crisps and chocolate bars in this game than I have in real life this year. If Grey Zone taught me anything, it's that I'm one canned drink away from developing type 2 diabetes. Speaking of injectors, let's talk stims. You can pop a poison blocker or a stamina extender or a mystery goo that lets you run like Jonah Hill and get him to the Greek. But do I fully understand them? No. Have I used them to sprint a mile through the jungle with 80 kilograms of gear? Absolutely. There might be negatives, but I was too busy vaulting over rocks like a caffeinated goat to care. Vendor progression, way tougher now. Your starting gear has been nerfed into oblivion, which yeah, pissed me off a little bit. Gunny and Handshake are harder to level, and when you finally max them out you realise they don't actually give you much. The real gear's locked behind the elusive vendor in the woods, but here's a cool system, gun tags. You can tag your weapon, and if a player nicks it, you can track them down like some unhinged Liam Neeson in the jungle. I will find you, and I will loot you. No joke, I died falling off a cliff once, full kit, but because of the tag I knew exactly where my body was. It was like trying to find your car in a festival car park, only instead of a Vauxhall Astra it was an AK with a 12k optic. Anyway, vendors, gear degradation, food, fatigue, random stims, survival light mechanics. This isn't just looting anymore, this is managing a jungle inventory system, while slowly becoming emotionally attached to your hydration bar. And the best part, when it comes together, the missions, the gear, the survival, it feels like you've earned it, even if you died halfway through because you forgot to pack morphine again. So let's talk about PvP. It's still inconsistent. Sometimes you're walking 15 minutes for nothing, and then other times you're into a fight that you remember for weeks. You're rolling with your squad, push your camp, clear the AI, and suddenly, enemy spotted. You get that adrenaline surge, that chaos, that moment where you feel old school armor meets Tarkov meets panic attacks. One of my best fights was at Winchester. We were holding the point, healing, flanking AI. Then a real player rolls up with a suppressed MP5. No call out, just vibes and bullets. The entire fight lasted maybe 40 seconds, but we still talk about it like it was Vietnam. But that's the problem really. There's not enough of it. The PvP in Grey Zone can be incredible. It's high stakes, tactical and completely different to the sprinty slide cancel FPS we've all been numb by. But the problem isn't the combat, it's the frequency. I'm not sure the player base buys into the PvP as much as Madfinger is wanting them to. Sure, you'll get your usual chads running around looking for fights, but most of the time it feels like people are playing their own personal single player campaign. Same servers, same maps, no firefights. That's not to say that the systems are bad, because honestly they're not. The armor style capture points, cops, actually works well. They give the squads a reason to move, take ground and defend. But there's just not enough players to do that. And it doesn't help that the entire world is a thick jungle, which, don't get me wrong, is stunning, but it makes it ridiculously easy to sit 300 meters away and tap people from the bushes. Organisation is too hard as well. The squad comms help, calling in reinforcements, coordinating pushes, all of that is there, but it only works if people on the server want it to work, and more often than not, it doesn't feel like anyone's committing to a full-scale PvP. I do think there's a way to fix this, but for now, PvP is one of the Grey Zone's best features, and it's easily the most underused. Missions used to be the filler. Go here, kill 3 guys, leave. It was like Deliveroo in a war zone. But now, there's actual structure. You're not just playing tick boxes, you're pushing across the island. A task near Nanhaven leads you to a recon tower, then onto a fuel check, then into a firefight next to a down chopper, and suddenly you realise you've completed 3 missions without ever calling for a chopper. You don't need to extract anymore. You can update on the move, hand in missions at forward camps, hand in missions at site, and the traders, they actually message you during the operation, confirming progress, adding intel, sometimes just congratulating you for not dying. It's such a small thing, but it makes a huge difference. You feel like you're part of something, like the fight is happening around you and not in a spreadsheet. And the mission types have expanded too. Fuel tankers, blood trails, crash sites. 1 minute you're checking containers, the next you're following a red smear through the jungle asking yourself, is this an objective? Or is this the opening scene to a horror film? You don't just follow waypoints, you carve a path. Clearing through patrols, looting gear, topping off your hydration bar with the tactical Capri Sun. It's immersive, it's layered, and it finally feels like it belongs in the world. Even squad missions feel smoother now. You can split up, push objectives from multiple angles, meet back at the rooftop and snipe fire, and then argue about who bought 0 meds and 15 cans of tuna. So we've talked about everything Madfinger's done right. The map, the missions, the gear loop, the immersion. But look, the thing's not done. It's still early access. It's only been a year, which is a weird thing to say when you spent £30+ on a game. But I knew what I was buying. There's no real story, no true endgame, no structured progression that takes you beyond the vendor rep and loadout envy. But it's come a long way, yeah? But right now, Grey Zone still feels like a teenager. You can see what it's growing into, but it still leaves its socks everywhere and forgets to brush its teeth. And for me, the biggest issue is PvP. Not the combat, the structure. You've got a split player base. PvE mode, PvP mode. And the ability to bounce between them without any consequences. That's killing the flow. I did PvE to level up. Ran missions, got the gear I wanted, then I jumped into PvP looking for a fight. But here's the problem. Everyone else is still on PvE, doing the same thing I just did, because it's safer, faster, cleaner. So what happens? You log into PvP mode and it's a ghost town. No fights, no movement, just vibes and AI. And it's not because the PvP sucks, it's actually really fun. But the incentive structure doesn't support it. You can't have full progression and expect both servers to be populated. If it were me, I'd split progression. You want to level up the vendors in PvE? Fine. You want to grind the gear in PvP? Do that too. But make them separate tracks like Tarkov. That way the players have a reason to do both and not just exploit the safest path. Second issue. Too many cops. Capture points are smart. They create conflict, territory, momentum. But there's way too many of them. Most of them feel pointless. You hold one, nothing happens. The only one that really matters to me are the ones that Vulture's sat in, because actually that gives you something. The rest are just digital flagpoles. And because there's so many, the squad's spread out, no conflict happens. You might as well be flipping control points in a theme park. Cut the number of cops down, focus the fights in mission areas, reward control with real supply drops of gear you can't have, or loot that you can't find elsewhere. Something that creates the tension and not just the map clutter. Third, the gear system. There's not enough guns, not enough mods, not enough tinkering. Right now I run 2 guns because they're meta. Best recoil, best silencers, best attachments, everything else, shelf filler. This genre thrives when you're buried in your stash screen for 20 minutes debating whether to run a short barrel or a long barrel, because it just feels right. Let me mod my gun until it looks like a steampunk vacuum cleaner, or I riot. Fourth, we need events, like actual stuff that brings the factions together. Shared missions, timed raids, interfaction objectives. Right now you run with your mates and that's it. You never really engage with your faction beyond the squad menu, and I miss that. Back in the day I'd hang around the base with a proximity chat on, meeting players, joking, sharing tips, but now the base is dead, everyone's out in the field, the camaraderie is gone. And finally, let's talk balance. Weapon durability is still weird, we've talked about it, food and drink doesn't matter enough, loot value versus vendor prices is off, and there's still the strange disconnect between what's worth selling and what's worth holding. This stuff needs tuning, the bones are there but they're not aligned yet. So yeah, this game's come a long way, but if I were Madfinger, these are the things I would look at next. So where does that leave Grey Zone Warfare? It's not perfect, it's not finished, but it's finally something. It's not that janky extraction clone with nice weather anymore. It's a real tactical sandbox with tension, freedom, and truly some incredible moments. If you're looking for a tightly tuned PvP arena with leaderboards and esports energy, this ain't that. But if you want to drop behind enemy lines, push missions through a living jungle and work gear like it actually matters, and maybe, just maybe, get into a squad fight that leaves your palms sweating and your mic broken from screaming, then this might be the game for you. I've died stupid deaths, I've eaten 80 chocolate bars in the woods, I've killed a guy for a scope I didn't even need. But more importantly, I've seen the vision, and I want to see where it goes next.
Me too.
Let me know in the comments if you played the latest update, what you did love, what's still broken, what would you change if you were Madfinger? And if you're still here, you're the real one, so thank you so much. Drop a like, subscribe, and check out the other vids on the channel. I've got more extraction madness coming, and a whole lot more chaos planned. I'm Shizzle, let's do this. Thank you.
For Shizzle. Let's go check the secret stash. Nothing, huh? nothing. You get nothing. I'm starting to get pretty sleepy now. Damn, do I even have any 62 by 51? Well, that's what I got.
We're going to talk.
They're torching Trump effigies and hoisting up President Lula da Silva's flags. Protesters in Rio de Janeiro and Sao Paulo slam the US president's tariff plan, which they call an attack on Brazil's sovereignty.
Brazil does business with other countries, so just as we depend on them, they also depend on us, and perhaps even a little more. But it's time for them to understand that Brazil, Latin America, is not their backyard. We can't just be taxed and think that's okay.
In a letter to President Lula da Silva, Donald Trump accused the leftist leader of holding a sham trial against Trump's ally, former President Jair Bolsonaro, over an alleged 2022.
Well, I think that's going to be the last game. I'm about to go to sleep. Maybe get something to eat and then go to sleep. Ugh, fuck. Oh! Oh! I should have ran forward. What the fuck?
Coup attempt, launching a new tariff war against the Latin American country from August 1st. Brazil is the US's third largest trading partner with a $7.4 billion US trade surplus.
Well. I should have left. Fuck. Alright, I did say I was gonna get off. Alright, good night, guys.